like when I couldn't identify the second word in the
Yeah.
second clip, I knew it was going to be a fun, challenging game. So I'm very interested at the top or the bottom of the hour.
Love that. Love that.
Is he drunk when he's recording these things, or is this
Well,
just the way he talks?
No, like you said, he's dead. We don't have the opportunity to ask him.
No, but people have a good idea. Like people who knew him say, "Oh yeah, I was with him and he was perfectly fine." It's just the way he
Jesse
speaks.
Jackson absolutely did drink. As to how much
Really?
he drank and when he drank, I don't know. But
Oh, were you drinking buddies?
No, I've never met the man.
Okay, gotcha.
I've never met the man. I've heard tape of him. I've seen tape of him, but I've never met the man. Well, welcome everybody. If you're in the audience and you want to come on up and talk about anything you want, we encourage you to do so. Let's take a look at our next news story here.
You've got time, Steve. I want to promote my new DVD.
You know what? I think it's fine. And let me just give the old disclosure. For those of you that do not want to give Benjamin 5 minutes to promote his new DVD, we encourage you to be bold, brave, courageous. Raise your hand, come on up, and you too can have a fresh 5. But since nobody's doing that now, Benjamin, welcome to hour number 2. You get a fresh 5 starting now.
Well, available now wherever fine DVDs are sold. And 50% off with the code Uncle Steve is my new DVD, How to Live in an Islamic Country, which you will need very soon when Madonna becomes president. Or if you're in the UK, you're already halfway home. Or Germany, 3/4 of the way. So just to prepare you for that eventuality, I have prepared a DVD. It will cover all the topics you need to know. Now, one of the ones you didn't cover it in the first hour is how to go on a date with your 9-year-old wife and the woman you want to be your second wife. Now, this can be awkward for people in the West going on a date with their current wife and their next wife. So we touch on little things you can do to kind of cut the tension and ease the conversation a little bit without alcohol. You have to do this without alcohol, just to be clear. And that's really the hardest part, is to have that conversation without alcohol. But yeah, if you are contemplating living in an Islamic country, which if you're in any of the Western countries today, you already are, whether you know it or not. Now, one of the things we cover is what to do if you want to leave Islam. Now, the DVD comes with a cyanide packet. The simplest thing to do if you want to leave Islam is just open the cyanide packet, tip your head back, pour that thing right down your pike, and you will have left Islam. Other ways to do it are to stop praying 5 times a day, and then your friends will kill you. That's a little messier, and it kind of leaves a stain on your friends. So, save your friends the time and effort and trouble, and just use the cyanide packet enclosed. Now, only $19.99 today. Everywhere fine DVDs are sold. Use the code Uncle Steve. Thanks.
Thank you.
I got a question. Why are we in the 1990s? Like, isn't there an app you can download? Like,
Oh, listen,
the
Islam
market you're targeting with DVDs is like 65 plus.
We're going to be in the 1690s. You're going to wish for the 1990s.
There you go. Ask a legitimate question. You get a legitimate answer. Would anybody on stage like a fresh 5? Just unmute and say your first name. Okay. If you're in the audience and you want to come up, please do. We'll go to our next, somebody wants to come up. Good. The new speaker. I love it. We love the new speakers. Yes. Hello. Hi. Is it Moose or Moose Fuss Russ? What is it?
This is Monsav.
Oh, I'm so sorry. My glasses are not on. Monsav, it's a pleasure to see you. How are you?
I'm good, man.
You get a fresh 5, baby. Go.
You should have ran with Moose there, Monsav. You should have stuck with that.
I recognize the voice. voice. Yeah, go ahead, Monty. Bye.
It's Monsifius.
No, I just logged in, and I guess you don't like me to speak about other people, but
No, actually, we are like the Constitution. We are a living, breathing document. It is okay now to mention prior speakers. You can engage with prior
speech
speakers.
that I heard, I hope it was a joke, because that's basically hate speech. I mean, there is 2.4 billion people in the world.
Are you talking about Benjamin's new DVD?
Yeah, I hope
Go
it's
ahead.
a joke.
Go ahead.
But then again, making a joke based on ethnicity or religious beliefs and all that's never a good thing. So I hope we steer away. I mean, I'm not trying to tell you how to run your room, but you don't want anyone to come here and say, hey, I'm going to make a joke about Jews and all that, or Christians or Mormons or whatever. That's,
Well, that's a good point, and that's why I give the disclosure that if you do not want Benjamin to have his fresh five, do not raise your hand. Do not be bold, brave, and courageous. Do not come on stage. Yeah, go ahead.
It's a free country. I think everybody's allowed to their own opinion.
The more people that speak, the less time Benjamin has to speak. That's just basic physics.
That's right. Well, I mean, he's allowed to his 5 minutes, whatever. It's just that kind of speech that just promotes hatred. It promotes also false things. I travel a lot, and I've been to a lot of Muslim countries. None of the stuff that he's talking about. Yeah, people do marry more than one wife. A very small minority. So do Mormons in Utah.
I was just going to say they do that in Utah, yeah.
Yeah. The 9-year-old crap is really, really old because the whole argument is that the prophet married a 9-year-old. That was like 1,400 years ago.
Yes.
And I guarantee you that people in Europe and Germany and all that were marrying kings were marrying people, young wives at 11 and 12 years old. And if you do it right now, you go straight to jail.
This is true.
Idea about leaving, I'm talking about in those countries. If you do shit like that, you go to jail.
So direct.
Idea about if you try to leave the religion, they're gonna kill you. I mean, that's again, so whatever. Unless you are in Afghanistan, I guess, but Afghanistan is a small kind of, they don't even do that. So, generalizing stuff like that, like if someone is mad at this, then you'll have the Muslims talking about Jews in the afternoon, and then you have Jews talking about, the Mormons in the evening, and that's just not right. That's all.
I appreciate that. Oh, go ahead, Violet.
I wanted to say, it was supposed to be funny. And Steve, when you asked if anybody wanted to unmute and say anything before we got the new speakers, I just couldn't get to my mic fast enough to say.
I'm sorry, Violet.
Benjamin's comic personality, I wish he'd go back to his professor personality. The joke is supposed to be funny. That's very true. It's supposed to be.
I understand.
Yeah, I kind of wish he'd go back to Professor Benjamin instead of
Yeah.
Comic Benjamin, because I really think if he was on Johnny Carson, Johnny would be going, oh, blammo!
Cringy. No, but I don't know if I have any minutes left. I'll just leave my
Go ahead.
topic that I wanted to bring up is the latest poll numbers for the president.
I think he's at about a 67% disapproval rate, right?
Yeah, it's the pretty much at 32%. It's the lowest level.
Yeah, it's one third, two third, yeah.
Yeah, of any president in history. And I don't know how we got, I know how we got here. I don't know how people have voted for this. I guess they are reacting to what they see and it's not working for them. That's why the approval numbers are low. But, I just wanted to say, it doesn't paint a good picture for us going forward. I think the upcoming November elections are going to be monumental for the Republicans, which you already are hearing Trump talking about, hey, every president, when they win the presidency, somehow the party loses in the midterm. That's not always true. Where's Scott? Scott, you can confirm that. Does every, like whenever we have a president, like a Republican president, the midterms are
I can answer. Generally speaking, the midterms in the House, the party switches.
I think it didn't happen after 9/11. But it rarely, yeah, almost always.
And that's when President Bush had a 90% approval rating when he gave that speech before both houses of Congress that was televised around the world after 9/11. His approval rating was at about 90%. Yes.
That's true. That's true. So, you know, the kind of making that the loss in November would be palatable and completely normal that we lose and that the Republicans lose. It's already been the point of argument of the president. Like, hey, it's completely normal. Yeah, you know, when you win the presidency, you lose the midterm.
Well, I am predicting right now the Republicans in the House have a three-seat advantage. It was four, and then one of my favorite Congressman Kevin Kiley in Northern California, he left the Republican Party. He is now an independent. In fact, I believe he's the only independent in Congress. But my crystal ball, my opinion, is that after the midterms, you are going to see a 20-seat switch. You are going to see the Democrats gain 20 seats in the House. But again, just my crystal ball, which has been wrong before.
Also, Bill Clinton in 1998 in the midterms, I think he picked up a few seats.
Also, is the last president, and that was like 40 years ago, to submit a balanced budget. Forget about just a budget, a balanced budget. You know what I mean?
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. Welcome to another edition of Ask Uncle Steve with the Mod Squad.
Well, Steve, Benjamin wanted to defend his honor. He was insulted.
Okay, we'll tell you what. I'll give you 2 minutes.
Come on,
No. I'm going to give Benjamin 2 minutes to defend his honor, and then it's time for what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Go ahead, Benjamin.
2 minutes. Okay, well.
Or you can wait till after what the hell did Jesse Jackson?
No, I just need 2 minutes.
There you go.
I want to address the snowflake here. Sorry for you breaking your ears. I just want to point out that if it was wrong to criticize other religions, there wouldn't be any religions in the world because every religion seems to criticize the other religions. The Islams, by the way, if you're an infidel, that's a person who doesn't believe in Islam. The instructions are to kill you. Now, my instructions are selling a DVD for $19.99. I don't know if that's equivalent to killing you. I mean, I do include a.
You're not defending yourself. You're reselling.
I do include a cyanide packet in there, but that's a very specific.
It's true. You're not defending yourself. You're reselling this.
Which is to help you, leave Islam safely and cleanly. But other than that, there's no dying at the sword. There's no defenestration of the gays, throwing from the windows. If you're offended by a little joke here and there, I don't know what you do if you actually read the text, the Quran that Mandami swore in on when he became mayor of New York. It says all kinds of awful things, and apparently you have no smoke for killing children and taking the sword to people based on their ethnicity or if they don't have a religion. No smoke at all for that you have. But for me, making a small joke and trying to sell, trying to put the dinner on the table for my family with my DVD, and you have nothing but smoke. You think it's the worst thing that ever happened to civilization. You think, the walls will crumble.
It's not the contents of your comedy, Benjamin. It's the ill-formed
and I also
usage
noticed
of it.
I noticed the accent change as well. But Benjamin, thank you. And now it's time.
You're welcome.
Okay. And now it's time for what?
I think his rant deserves a wow.
All right. You got it. You asking you so. And now it's time for what the hell would Jesse Jackson say? So, Legalist, you're going to get a fresh 5 after we play the game. But Legalist, would you like to play what the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Legalist going once, twice. Would you like to play the game or no?
I'm just trying
Okay,
to
that's
what it is.
okay. Okay, it's very simple. Do you want to play the game? Yes or no? If you want, you can listen. You can listen. You'll listen for now. And I'm going in reverse order. Let's go to Smurf. Smurf, you'll get a fresh five in a bit. But right now, would you like to play What the Hell Did Jesse Jackson Say? Smurf.
Yes,
Smurf. I'm sorry?
yes.
Okay, very good. Okay, so Smurf, here we go. Listen up. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
All right, here's your very first clip. Good luck, everybody. Let me hasten to say today.
All right, Smurf, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
It's very clear. He said, "Let me hasten to stay today." That means hasten is.
Yes!
Pretty
Yes!
good, Smurf.
Once again, when we played in hour number 1, Violet got it right off the bat. Let me hasten to say today. Man, I gotta make these first ones tougher. Very good, Smurf. Okay, we will come back to you for your fresh five. Hang on just a second. I gotta queue up the second to the last one, 1708. Hold on, please.
I think we should play What Did Bobby Boucher Say?
I'll check into that. Okay, Berto, let's go to Andrew. Andrew, would you like to play What the Hell Did Jesse Jackson Say?
No, I have to leave the stage. Sure.
Oh, okay, sorry about that. Let's go to Monsef. Would you like to play What the Hell Did Jesse
I'll
Jackson Say? Okay, so here we go, Monsef. It's on you. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Timid Walnut, you're on 97.1.
We built in his house.
What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
We built this house.
No!
Okay, I didn't get it.
No, that's okay. That's okay. This is a tough one, y'all. This is a tough one. Okay, so let's go to Paul. Paul, would you like to play What the Hell Did Jesse Jackson Say? Paul going once. Paul going twice. Okay, Paul doesn't want to play. Benjamin, would you like to play What the Hell Did Jesse Jackson Say? Benjamin going once. Benjamin going twice. Okay, he doesn't want to play. Let's go to Benjamin. Would you like to play What the Hell Did Jesse Jackson Say?
Give it a shot. I'll give it a shot.
Okay, here we go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
We built in his house.
No, wrong. Next.
Tim, a little clue. The final word on this. Is he Asian?
Wait a minute.
Was he doing an Asian character this weekend?
Hold on a second, guys.
Timid Walnut,
Here
you're
we
on
go.
97.1.
You don't finish house.
What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Yeah.
Sounds like a tap out.
Something like.
Benjamin, are you tapping out?
I don't tap out. I don't have that option. I didn't quite put the words together. But then he
All right.
pointing out that best way to ruin your family is to cheat on your spouse, like Martin Luther King Jr. I think that's what he was saying. Oh.
I know. Well, hold on. We're coming around. Alfonso, coming around. Alfonso, would you like to play What the Hell Did Jesse Jackson Say? Alfonso going once. Alfonso going twice. Okay, let's go to Reverend Scott. Would you like to play What the Hell Did Jesse Jackson Say?
I would
Reverend
love
Scott.
to play. Yes.
Here we go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
We built in his house.
No, wrong. Next.
Tim, a little clue. The final
Okay, here's a
word on
clue.
this.
Keep playing the person answering.
I know.
Totally
I
correct.
know.
Right, that's exactly right.
You don't finish house.
There you go. Reverend Scott, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Let's go.
I just,
Played it.
I'll play, tell you what, Reverend Scott wants to play it one more time. Here you go.
Yeah.
For example, let me take you to the Ronald Reagan Library. It's an historical site. See, there's that
Hold
inclination
on,
to
hold
say
on. We'll get it
historical,
going.
but really you
Here
should
we go.
We built in his house.
No, wrong.
You keep playing the person.
I know.
I got it.
totally aborted, correct?
Right, that's exactly right.
You don't finish house.
There you go. Okay, there we go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say? Yes, I know it. You know, I'm doing this for the first time. I'm working
Okay,
things out.
okay.
It'll be better next week, I promise. Reverend Scott, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
I don't even know. I don't know what we're doing here. Uncle Steve, this is a fascinating game. It's what I love about my Uncle Steve. My Uncle Steve takes risks.
That's right. I take risk and I'm open
Rolls
to
the
criticism.
dice.
JCC, would you like to play?
If you can play that clip, I have no idea what
I
that
will
is.
do my best. Here we go.
Tim in Walnut, you're on 97.1. Don't finish house.
There you go. JCC, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
I have no idea. Something about a high suit. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's wrong. Let's go to Yakov. Yakov, would you like to play What the Hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Yeah, the first 3 times you played it, I thought he said we built this housing.
I'm gonna play it again for you if you want to play.
Yeah, one more time, sure.
Yeah, no, it normally takes at least 20 times before somebody gets it right. Okay, here we go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Man, I no friggin' clue what he said.
No friggin' clue, Mark. Tim in Walnut, you're on 97.1. Don't finish house.
What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
It's not we built this housing, so I don't know. Was it? I'm wrong, right?
Yes, you are wrong. No. Okay, Violet,
I'm ready.
Violet, hold on, let me set it up. I'm trying to get the criticism down to the minimum as possible. Just got to set this up right. Okay, what the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
Frank in North Hills, you're on 97.1. Don't finish house.
There you go. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say?
If you don't finish high school,
Yeah!
How the hell did you get that?
Violet! If you don't finish high school, that's right.
it's still, I mean, your senses don't increase exactly, but you pay a lot more attention to the input from them than a sighted person does, is my theory.
But then
So I'm just
also
used to
Violet's
tuning
heard
in.
it about 15
Oh, yeah,
times
that
before
too.
she guessed. Yeah, right. And she also heard other people get it wrong. So
Yeah, I heard the high part, but I didn't.
yeah. Yeah. Well, thanks for playing. What the hell did Jesse Jackson say? I show next in my queue, I show Smurf and then Legalist. Smurf, good morning. Welcome to the show. What would you like to talk? Smurf, going once.
to this room for only one thing.
I know, to talk about where I live. Yeah.
I want to dock you, Steve, so that all your
Utah's away, baby.
can come to Woodland Hills and keep on to and all the wonderful attractions of what you know what I'm going to ask. Now, in the action, you have a choice between with the ass that you know,
Right.
and Nithya Raman, who is the ass that you don't. And Nithya, of course, is famous for allowing the most violent homeless to set up tents right outside public schools.
Yeah.
And Mayor Bass is, I'm not even going to go into it. So if you, and I'm done speaking, if you are forced to choose between one of those two devils, which devil are you going to vote for?
Well, I don't like the binary choice because your question was if I'm forced to choose between those two. I got to tell you, man, I'm going to write in Rick Caruso. But for whatever reason, he chose not to run. I mean, if he would have put his hat in the ring because he spent $100 million of his own money 4 years ago, and then he decided not to run this time. But if he would have run this time, forget lights out, he would be far and away it. I'm writing in Rick Caruso, even though it's a loser. I'll tell you this, I hate Mayor Bass. I can't stand. I don't like what she's done with homelessness. I don't like what she did with the fires, the way that she's handled crime. I don't like the way that she's handled the budget. I hate Mayor Bass. That's my best answer I can give you, sir. Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yes, I've driven out to both of them at least once in my life. And for those of you that don't know, Palmdale and Lancaster is in the upper desert, about 60 miles north of Los Angeles. Palmdale is first, and then Lancaster's about 12 miles after that. Yeah, commit the 14 freeway. Yeah. I'm always honest. I never lie. The answer is no. The answer is no. I think you add to the content. You add both to the entertainment and educational issues in the show because you bring up stuff that nobody else brings up. You also bring it up in a very iffy add to the show. Now, maybe the rest of the Mod Squad differs. We can ask them if you want, but this is still your
bottom
first
line
ride.
is you can easily buy thousands of empty acres in Palmdale and Lancaster for no money. Literally, for the price of one house in your neighborhood, you can buy thousands of acres.
Well, especially if there's no water pipes or natural gas pipes going to the land. Yes, that's true. Yes.
So the answer is spec'd it out. You could build studio apartments for the homeless for $100,000 each there. And so the obvious answer is for the County of LA to build 100,000 little tiny studios and give those 100,000 studios in Palmdale to all the homeless.
Yeah, no. I'm going to nix that. I think that's 10 times too much because for $10,000, but can't you buy like pre-made 10 by 10 aluminum structures that you can just build right there for $10,000? You know what I'm talking about?
I respect your argument, but this is my scenario, and the difference between you and me is I am more generous and altruistic.
Okay, got it.
So I am conspicuously saying I want every LA homeless to live in a nice studio apartment for $100,000.
Okay.
But all of those studio apartments should be located in Palmdale and Lancaster.
Yeah.
And what that means is, I'll land my plane
Yeah.
here. Under my plan, the standard of living of a homeless is at least a triple or a quadruple. Because living in a home is better than living in a tent in Woodland Hills.
Right.
But obviously the people in Woodland Hills benefit because people in Woodland Hills won't keep getting stabbed by homeless under my plan. And then finally, and I'll land here, all the taxpayers of LA benefit.
Every time I go in there, he attacks me because Trump's doing so well. It's hysterical. He's so bitter. He's so bitter.
He was reaching yesterday.
Some more. By what measures Trump doing great? If you didn't like me,
And what that means is
I'm in the dark.
property taxes.
Yeah, like a good indicator here is just kind of like how the world is seeing the conflict. Not going to get worse before it gets better. It's already past this rough patch. It looks like the off-ramp is here.
I'm speaking, but I urge you.
Yeah, an off-ramp. Not a victory lane, an off-ramp. Why are you looking for an off-ramp? I thought you said Trump was gonna, is a guaranteed victory for Trump. They're gonna have regime change.
No. I'm totally in favor of that. In fact, when I first suggested this, last year, I said throw them all into Death Valley. Okay, you're being a lot more gracious by doing Palmdale or Lancaster. But yes, I mean if the homeless have a right, and I don't think they do, but if they have the right to pitch tents in our public parks where our children play, and on the sidewalk where people walk and have businesses, then we should just put all of those tents, pick them all up, give them a free bus ticket out to Palmdale or Lancaster or Death Valley, and let them set up shop there. And they've got, like you said, thousands of empty acres, and let them set up their tents there. I couldn't care less. There's 60 there's a good 60, 75 miles away from me. They can all be together. They can all shoot their heroin and morphine and fentanyl there. They can all die in their tents there, and then we can, take care of it that way. But I completely agree. Get them all off the streets in Woodland Hills, the San Fernando Valley, Van Nuys, Los Angeles. Give them a free bus ticket out to Palmdale or Lancaster. Absolutely. I totally endorse that. Thank you, Smurf. And now we have Sue. Sue, good morning. Pleasure to see you on the show. We'll talk
Good morning. I gotta give a retort to that. There's no real pipe dream to Smurf.
Oh.
You get 20,000 more votes. How do you? He got 20,000 more votes than you in the primary. How are you going to overcome this large lead? How do you solve affordability at the federal level? CTU is a Puerto Rico organization that preys on the innocence of the youth. So educated students with CTU hypnotizes and manipulates the utilizes the youth as political and social media propaganda. With the mayor almost for both career the photograph by the Dutch promoted by the Johnson and CTU leadership.
It came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned cold in your eyes, and my old night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking.
Osiris thy father, and Isis thy mother, he that was slain, she that was in her womb, flying from the terror of the water, thee I invoke. O thou whose apron is of flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning, thee I invoke. O thou who hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy mother, thee I invoke. O thou whose garment is of golden glory, with the azure bars of sky, thee I invoke. Thou who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon, thou who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust, thou who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee, thee I invoke. O thou whose nemesis hideth the universe with night, the impermeable blue, thee I invoke. Thou who travellest in the boat of Ra, abiding at the helm of the Ashtet boat, and of the Sextet boat, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. It shed the darkness of blue light, the unfathomable glory, the untravelled, the unthinkable immensity of space. Thou who concentrest all the 30 ethers in one darkening sphere of fire, thee I invoke. O thou who bearest the rose and cross of life and light, thee I invoke. The voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abracadabra. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, Orc of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name, Harmachis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name, Mao,
I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my breathing. Mine is the head of the hawk. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my breathing. Mine is the head of the hawk. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the body, I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. King mine is the sign of a prophet's and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate veil. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the band of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be my Lord, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Strike and conquering Lord. Avenger, by the song I invoke thee. If I had the dice for revenge, let it strike at my begin. By the sword I invoke thee. child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I told thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness. I told thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse this time. Giving of none, safety of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I told thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the in the song that I made to
Matt Cool, yo Matt, what's up, man? Why aren't you doing your rooms? Like, please do one Trump room tonight. I'm creating AI music right now because listening to anybody on Clubhouse right now is like causing a migraine. I don't understand why people don't make music, play music, and if you bring up AI music or AI videos, like my former opponent, he calls it AI slop. And I'm like, it's not AI slop. It's called creative intelligence. Why the fuck do you think we're building 2,000 data centers across the country? It's not all about surveillance. Part of it is it's giving us an opportunity to be creative. But unfortunately, not many people are very creative. But you're a very creative person, Matt. And tonight, you will hold the ultimate Donald Trump bang room! Let the fight begin!
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shall sword of revenge, strike my cheek. By the sword I hold thee. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's by my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke it. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Mine not the dark blue waves of music in the song that are made of old to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. If I am this my sword of revenge, let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse this time. Giving of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head, I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, or dwelling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham. I bear the rose and cross of life and in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Okay, so this is a new playlist. I just created it. I hope you like it. This is all done through Suno and some magical poetry. I was explaining it to a guy named John Wayne last night, who's a regular at this bar. He's a magician. I mean, a musician. Um, he didn't seem too impressed. Nobody's impressed with AI. I don't understand. It's like all we do is talk about AI, and then when we like actually use it, and then we get critique, people are like the harshest critics. So I guess that's life. This is called Wizard Banishing.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, or whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the hawk.
Abrahadabra.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire,
And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. The adoration, impromptu, close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Darkness of heart can lead to final penitence and eternal loss.
And my inside is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child. the sword I invoke thee.
The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 other voices.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. Ay, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee.
3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee.
Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee.
4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee.
5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee.
Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee.
Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, tile and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
6, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight,
The voice of the fight,
the voice of the six,
11 other voices, Abraham. is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing array that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For it is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Five I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master every head hour. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fire, the voice of the fire, the voice of the six, 11 of the voices, abracadabra.
What you gonna do when all these Hulkamaniacs come running up on you?
Standing here at the bean, you can see everything reflected back at you. The sky.
I
turned unto the splendor of Kitover. The magnificence of jest, the mystery of death, thither I lift up my eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. By thine own, thy secret name, who by thine own, thy secret name, who by thine own, thy secret name, names are fun.
The names are six.
11 are the names. Strike, strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name of Marquis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name I invoke thee. Lion of the midday sun, I invoke thee. By thy name Tom, hawk of the even, crimson splendor on the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Kepra, I invoke thee. O beetle of the hidden mastery of midnight. By thy Perupokrat, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By the name of Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet of by the name of Phoebus, that ridest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee. By the name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. By thy name
rise and splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By the name of Shakra, I invoke thee. O beat of the hidden mastery of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. Fleetest and ridest thy chariot through the heavens obscure. I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. By thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star, I invoke thy final, thy secret glory. The names are five, the names are six.
of the ritual give the sign of Apophis.
The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain. She that bore thee in her womb, flowing from the temple of the water. I am thou whose upbring is a flashing white, whiter than the forehead of the morning. Thou who hast formulated thy father, and made fertile thy father. Thou whose garment is of the golden glory, with the azure bars of sky. Who didst avenge the horror of death, thou the slayer of Typhon? Thou, who didst lift thine arms, and the dragons of death were as dust? Who didst raise thine head, and the crocodile of Nile was abased before thee? Comes men is high that the universe with night, the impermeable
its name lifted high, let it blaze. Every chain starts to break. Hear the cry, shake the gate. Horns come to away. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cronny Profits the CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's the black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non. Brokers listening to is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Expanding tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
He is now a hypnotist, a living plastic mannequin. Okay.
the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra. And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light.
Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign which Abrahadabra.
Remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, I be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order. Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, Abrahadabra.
Giving the sign at each.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire,
And every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, the adoration, impromptu, close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the
By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Mine is the head of the land, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee. 3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke
stand in the midst line as the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of Kitover, the magnificence of Chisate, the mystery of God. Thither I lift up mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown child the concrete lord. Horus, Avenger. By the name of Ryan Volpe, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. Youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name I invoke is a symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of Giver. The magnificence of chest, the mystery of death, thither I lift up my eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. By thine own, thy secret name, who strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, crown child and conquering lord, Horus, avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name of Martis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name of Strike, strike the master chord.
Draw the flaming sword.
Crown, child, and conquering Lord.
Glory, song, and
By thy name, O Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one.
by thy name, O marvelous youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke.
By thy name, Ra, I invoke thee, lion of the midday God here. So I was.
Drown the queen. You know what? I'm going to that bachelor party. And I don't want to.
Strike, strike a master chord. Draw, draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering lord. O'er us, avenger. Thou the head of the hall. The iron folk.
the synoptics and then John, right, throughout the Gospels, where like, you know, people, the first, I forget who was writing first, but whoever was writing first, like, thought Jesus became God at like his baptism or whatever, and then like the next writer like thought Jesus became God like at his birth or whatever, and then like the next, like, you know, you understand what I'm saying? So like, you can see that. Yeah. These documents are not being written. They're not being written as like clear histories, right? They're being written as polemics that are trying to convince people of like correct theology, right? And B, you can see that like these authors are changing the facts to suit their narratives, to tell the story they want to tell, right? So like, it just seems like
Congressman Andrew Lusk is on the scene.
By the way, so I still haven't gone very deep with Dave to fully understand the specific details and the fine nuances in his argument. Right? Efficiently, but can you make and make an appeal to like, oh, you know, the majority of secular scholars take like the hallucination theory because they think that the disciples didn't really see Jesus, but of course they hallucinated. Just leave it at that for the sake of this particular conversation about whether the resurrection is like them seeing Jesus was an embellishment or not for that regard, or I don't know if Andrew, maybe Andrew knows how to like go further with like Dave's argument, because I still haven't gone very deep into the
weeds. Totally fine. Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with the embellishment thing. I think there's high Christology all throughout the Gospels. So I don't actually agree. I think
I would say that Mark's, the first Gospel, Mark actually has a higher Christology.
The highest Christology, yeah.
The highest Christology.
Yeah, but if you notice that one of the things that's just fascinating is that passages that are attributed to Yahweh are put on Jesus in the Gospels.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who has the highest, who has the lowest Christology. It doesn't matter.
Well, you're trying to say there's a development from Matthew to
right, but it doesn't matter which way the arrow goes. It could be a development that these people thought Jesus became divine at like different points of his life. It doesn't matter that the first one he was divine for the longest, right? You understand what I'm saying? As long as they have different theological points in mind, and they are changing the facts and or the narrative in order to suit like the pushing of that theological point, right? That's sufficient for my purpose.
I got you. My point is that each of the gods make your God.
Well, I think what you just said, you can see that in the Gnostics. I don't know about the Gospels per se.
Well, I think each one attributes, each one gives. What I mean by high Christology, I don't think at different points. I'm saying each of the Gospels portray Jesus as God. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, given the fact that they apply Yahweh,
you know the academic
consensus, you can say it's just a point. Well, actually, I don't agree. The academic consensus is if you're talking about
face in the ground.
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is, I think the criteria that you're using, the criteria you're using, is you're talking about secular scholars who don't even believe in God. That's not what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about academic consensus. So everyone in Western natural science, these guys are all bi. They have a conversation. You really want to go down
the scholarship because I can just tell you there are passages that are applied to Jesus from Yahweh. Yahweh.
Okay, so you're just gonna give me your own deduction.
No, I'm not. I mean, you can just read it. You can just read it yourself.
No, but Andrew, that's
I read it. We all read it.
Like, yes, I can concede that all of them thought Jesus was God. My point is, when Jesus becomes God is different in all of the Gospels, right? So you're just saying that, like, you think they all thought Jesus was God.
Well, I mean,
I can agree to that.
Well, that's a separate point. I hear what you're saying. So on your point, I think that, like, so if we have Emmanuel, God with us, and his birth, that's pretty early for saying he's God.
So, between God from eternity past and God when he was
define God doesn't need. The Bible does say Jesus is God. What are you talking about? I do multiple places. Thomas at the end of John. Thomas says, Thomas at the end of John says, "My Lord and my God," talking to Jesus. So you can. And what?
What? So that can't be understood any other way except that way that you're saying. The segmentation of that sentence that could not mean by any chance that that is separate, that Jesus is the Lord and my God is in reference to actual God.
You can, but it's completely consistent with the rest of the Gospels, including John himself.
Since some of these guys would be Hebrew, I'm assuming at the time speaking. Now, why don't you translate that to Hebrew and see if that even could be applied?
Obviously, Greek scholars have translated these passages, I think, fairly. So I don't know what you mean.
I'm going to go by the Greek scholars too, bro. I'm going to go by that.
And the Greek scholars did a good job. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God.
And I promise you, the Greek scholars do not understand God in the way that you're coming at it.
It doesn't matter. What do you mean? The way that I understand it. Yahweh is
defining God the same way we define Allah.
Before Abraham was, I am.
Right. Hey, and these are another the way.
Well, you're bringing up these specious objections.
Andrew, I just want to say that to me this sounds like Hinduism, and Jesus is basically like Krishna. It's like a super deity, blue, gods, like.
Sorry.
What's that?
He was trying to contribute. I mean, maybe he could have chosen a better time to come in, but he legit was trying to.
Yeah, I mean, that's not you, Deepak. We'll give him another shot. Alistair, you keep doing that. You do the over talking and just say a bunch of weird stuff. I'll move you down. Go on, your pumpkin. What do you want to say?
While you're doing that, I would like to actually tell you, it might surprise you to know that I also hold to a pretty high Christology, Andrew. I tend to use like tourmaline and selenite the most. But they all have their role, like quartz.
There it is. Have you heard anything about like shit? What color is it? Blue LED lights.
I actually don't know something. My wife works in that field, but like that's not. I mean,
yeah.
Doctor works all the time. I'm curious what you're.
What do you got? What song were you?
It's just something I created in AI using poetry. But what I was trying to say is, imagine if you took like 1,000 Hindus to witness Jesus Christ, like in the way that Timothy did, where he said Lord and King and God. I mean, the Hindus would just go Krishna. And so it's like the deity manifested in a body. And so if you go to India, this energy, this power of this divinity is embodied in a multitude of symbols, whether it's the Ganesha or the little, dildo with the clitoris that they pour all their cheese and, sugars on. This is a symbol for an energy, and the same energy is this Christology that you're talking about. And it's something mystical and magical and powerful, and it's ancient. And this is what the heart of the Kabbalah is. It's an amalgamation of human history and interaction with this power, this mystery. And that's the Christology. So in many ways, like Jesus if you do accept his divinity, um, it's here right now, meaning that like Andrew, the PTR that never changes, Bub, the ambiguous closeted bisexual is.
I tried.
Oh, it's just getting good.
And also, we don't talk about the giant Hindu clitoris.
Yeah, we try to keep it sacred and talk about the universe. It's also, I'm going to be closeted, let it be. Alistair, don't bring that out. That's very rude. And thirdly, I don't know what's up with you, Bob. One of these days we're going to have to get you up and have you
Yeah,
defend,
Bob.
Israel.
Got it, Bob.
Genocide is.
Oh, Bob, genocide. Oh no, Bob. Holy cow, Bob.
Deepak, are you an anti-Semite?
Well, I'm not a Semite, so what does that mean?
The opposite of it, anti, basically.
Yeah. The law of non-punishment.
Yeah, that's good. We got Young up in the house. Jeff's here. Jeff, Illumi, so Illumi thought he had the kill shot there against Dave because he's like, do you believe God is a composite being? And Dave's like, yeah. He's like, yeah, actually, Illumi's like, we're done here.
Why is that fun?
Because you think that, like, what, parsimony, what's going to be your argument? Oh, he's contingent
God
on
promised me that I would have my day,
Yeah,
where you would have this kind of attitude, and I would be allowed to slay you completely.
Is he contingent upon his parts? Is that the problem you have, Louis? Is that the problem?
Yeah, he's a megazord.
Yeah, is that a problem? No, it doesn't have to be that he's contingent upon his parts.
No. The actual problem, Andrew, is that like he's he's like ontologically the foundation for both diversity and unity, right? So mereologically, he has to be both one and many.
Mine is the head of the hawk. Abrahadabra.
Hello, Bob.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and
I'm not using all your high metaphysics.
Abrahadabra.
I don't agree with what you're characterizing.
giving the sign of each
Remaining in the sign.
I know, but
The invocation concludes.
Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell with me. So that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land or in the water, whirling air or rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God the Vast One, might be thee.
Abrahadabra. The adoration. Impromptu. Close by banishing.
I think this was omitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the hawk, Abrahadabra.
And ends.
6. I bear the rose and cross of life and light, Abrahadabra.
Leaving the sign at each.
Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes.
For I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth,
Separation, impromptu, close by vanishing.
I think this was admitted at W's order.
Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is clean as the heart. By my head I invoke thee.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee.
To bow, to be shine the diamonds of radiance white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee.
Green is the red triangle. Reverse the sign given of none. Save it beyond. Remember college? Well, now, college is over, and here comes your student loan debt. Is your private student loan debt keeping you up at night? You really need to talk to our the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, and the nine voices, mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke thee. Hey, I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. O Lord, by the Lamb and I invoke thee. 3, mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing obey that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. 4 is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. 5, I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the master Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword crown, child and conquering Lord, Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. 6, in my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 of the voices, Abrahadabra. Strike, strike the master chord, draw the flaming
the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name I invoke thee. Lion of the midday sun, by thy natal, hawk of the even crimson splendor of the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Cameron, I invoke thee. I'll be along the hidden mastery of midnight. By thy herb, the crowd, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. That drivest thy chariot through the heavens of Zeus. I invoke thee. Thy name I invoke thee. O warrior of the north, O renown of the shadows. By thy name, Yeshua, O child of the flaming star. The names are five. The names are six. 11 are the names. And behold, I stand in the midst of mine as the symbol of Osiris. To thee are mine eyes ever turned unto the splendor of Kitover, the magnificence of Chiseit, the mystery of Dove. Thither I lift up mine eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. Strike, strike the master chord. turned unto the splendor of Kitover. The magnificence of jest, the mystery of death, thither I lift up my eyes. This have I sought, and I have sought the unity. Hear thou me. By thine own, thy secret name, who strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crown child and conquering lord. Horus, avenger. By thy name of Ra, I invoke thee, hawk of the sun, the glorious one. By thy name of Marquis, youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke thee. By thy name of I invoke thee. Lion of the midday sun, I invoke thee. By thy name Tom, hawk of the even, crimson splendor on the sunset, I invoke thee. By thy name of Kepra, I invoke thee. O beetle of the hill, master of midnight. By thy herald, Bacchrat, Lord of silence, beautiful child that standest on the dragons of the deep, I invoke thee. By thy name, Apollo, I invoke thee, O man of strength and splendor, O poet, O father. By thy name of Phoebus, that drivest thy chariot from the heavens of Zeus, I invoke thee. By thy name of Odin, I invoke thee, O warrior of the north, O renown of the saga. By thy name, Yeshua, child of the flaming star, I invoke thee. By thine own, thy secret name, holy, thee I invoke. The names are five, names are six, 11 other names. Behold, I stand in the midst, mine is the symbol of strike the master chord.
Draw the flaming sword.
Crowned child and conquering Lord.
Glory, Son, and
By thy name, O Ra, I invoke thee, hog of the sun, the glorious one.
by thy name, O Machi's youth of the brilliant morning, I invoke.
By thy name, Ra, I invoke thee,
Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Crowned child and conquering Lord. Us, Avenger. Down the head of the hall. The iron foe.
Check. See you there.
Avenger, O thou of the head of the hawk,
See you there.
throughout the whole of the ritual, give the sign of Apophis. The only begotten child of Osiris, thy father, and Isis, thy mother, he that was slain. She hath borne thee in her womb, flying from the tether of the water.
Great rock. Yep. Great recommendation. Great recommendation. It was power.
Raise the blade, hold the line, all wrongs die, this is mine, from the blood, from the dust, out of the land, we Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crying on. Profits the sea to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Organization affordability is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialist or taxologist. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are
Not necessarily for Republicans, or is it?
We're just wondering if Republicans can do basic math, so we're asking, so Republicans get priority here. You know, are you a Republican out the street?
Rabboni Shalom, I'm so happy you're testing Republican mathematics skills. Maybe we can discuss how Democrats know nothing about taxation, economy, starting businesses. They're just parasites. They're socialist, communist parasites. I am complete. Go ahead, give me your basic math questions. What is 300 times 100? Go ahead. Hello? 300 times 100. 300 times 100, Democrats. I know, I'm asking you, what's 300 times 100? Hello?
I told you we should have kept the title Republicans That was shit.
You can't even tell me what 300 is times 100. Go ahead. Everybody's waiting. Hello.
1,000. 300 times 100 is 30,000. So now the next question is to you, Alistair.
Hello. Go ahead. Please proceed, doctor.
Sure. If something costs $100 and the price changes to $600, what percentage increase is that?
600% increase. Hello.
No, that's wrong. What?
It went up. It went up 10x, right? What'd you say? What 60 to 600?
No, it went from 100 to 600.
Okay, so it went up 6x. Hello? 600%. What's I don't understand. What's the question here? Hello?
Everybody else is mute. That's wrong. Hello? That's incorrect. So you're going to take it from here.
Okay, please proceed, Rohan. What's your next mathematical question? Is the earth flat? And is the truth of the earth that at your birth and until your death? Hello? You know what a tax is? You know what taxation is? Hello? Are Democrats as dumb as shit? Scientists, I'm asking you.
So, T, you want to answer the questions? Because this is terrible. You can get back to the first one.
It's manageable, but okay. We'll give it a shot. Let me just ask some questions here.
That's fine.
It went up 6x. That's 600%. Hello?
No, it's
So if you go from from 100 to 200, what percent increase is that?
That's 100%.
That's
100%. That's a 100% ROI, brother. You know how to calculate an ROI? How do you calculate it? How do you calculate? How do you calculate and ejaculate? Can you articulate and calculate? Can you articulate and calculate?
Senior probably right. It's probably a lost cause on this one.
It's not a lost cause, baby. It's called multiplication. It's called division. If you don't know how to use ChatGPT to calculate the market cap of Apple by making the total number of outstanding shares by the price of the share to get the price to equity ratio, so you know when you do a comparative financial analysis, which company gives you the best bang for your buck, baby? Hello?
Alistair, you said Democrats were dumb as far as all these things.
Dumb as shit! They don't even know what taxation means, or inflation, or economic theory. They got no philosophy. Hello?
Alistair, do you know what a tariff is?
That's a tax. Hello?
It's a tax. It's a tax.
It's a tax. It's a tax. Hello?
He's a lost cause. He's
Damn it, I want to ask him. Rocket science? I don't know if he's still in the audience, but the formula is very easy. It is 600 minus 100 divided by 600. So, you know.
That's why I say if I buy something at $1, or if I
Hello?
propaganda. Organization of portability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the open the books, transparency. No! Public spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson
Yeah, it's very.
Nah.
Yeah, that room used to be
Very
good.
authoritarian.
Yo, Red, that
He's a radio
room used
talk
to
show
be good.
host. He designed his room like a hating video show. As most people are aware, they're on for an hour or two. They typically take audience calls, but the audience calls are done in an order. There's not like a superfluous chat that goes on with it. So a big reason it's boring is because he designed it like a radio talk show. If you gave him a little bit of time, he'd go through it like Russian. I didn't see him presenting her. I disagree with him. But just push it like it just negates the conversation. And it's just like, no. But if you have like a clear, like, I disagree with the latest trade agreements of the envoys that are going out to China right now. China from Israel. I don't necessarily agree with them reaching out to China. Well, I think the US to subsidize most of their military. And China to kind of offer some of those. I have issues with that. But that's something we can talk about as a whole. It's the same thing with like Turkey. Obama asking for Patriot systems and all this stuff. Russia and China, Chinese systems. And then telling the United States that they had to be integrated. And the reason why Obama called it off and said, no, we're not going to give you those systems because we're not giving the Chinese access to that. You can go to the Chinese stuff. And Turkey also didn't want to pay us for it. But people don't really read into like what these actual policies are or what the outcomes were or actually understand. So it's like Obama is not entirely bad. He was president of the nation. We're still here today. So he would his I'm not very anti-mental illness. Because I used to go in that room for years, every day, and that whole and like, it can't be there. It got terrible. In the sleeping room, and like, I think they were moving shit. I remember when we were locked up on TV.
LaHood. LaHood is the real artist. LaHood is the real artist. Let's do it.
And they own all the big media companies, so they control just about all of the news and information you get to hear. They got you by the balls. But I'll tell you what they don't want. They don't want a population of citizens capable of critical thinking. They don't want well-informed... 15 years in a deep dish kitchen taught me what Chicago really runs on. Hard work, patience, and a lot. And they own all the big media companies. And they own all the big media...
I'm going to show you exactly how I did it.